I dreamed of the Mothman the other night. I think it was a dream, anyway.
Drop and give me 100.
All right, let's see. Yep. Pretty well stocked here. And, yeah, ready for business.
Make sure to pay your respects whenever you come across a fallen brother. I am not mad. I am just disappointed.
There you are. Listen, I have a... Look, trust me. There are blood eagles here. That's an old compound. Anything, huh? Need anything else before... Sure. What can I get you? You got it.
A rat away a day keeps the mutations at bay. Move along, civilian.
Bar's open, ladies and gents. Got the good stuff right here. thing going for me here. Mind me, just taking it all in.
good to see you again.
This is Grafton's mayor speaking to anyone who can hear me. Can anyone hear me? Hello? As I was saying,
Have you seen
the
those
curator
Mothman
of
cultists yet?
Sport has made an
Straight out of the
archaeological discovery. He needs your help. Seems he dug up another soldier. He needs a proper burial at the battlefield cemetery. The soldier, that is. Not the curator.
My photographic memory allows me to share plans from far and wide at prices that can't be beat. Every schematic and recipe recreated to perfection. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Not sure what Axel sees in Barb. Probably just an emergency scapegoat.
So you're the sucker that went along with Johnny's crazy plan. The guy gets what he wants. And that.
Hello there! You must be from the Archaeological Preservation Team. I have a real problem here. operator will announce the next show. Please stand by.
good to see. Splendid. Good hunting, as I'm sure if the settlement we'd like you to, it goes with a spruce knob if you could provide, and that's all we need.
Understand why we can't get a few more Sonnies to do the boring jobs. Those raiders are just out there, waiting for a chance. Again? Mark it on the map. We need to make sure they're not making a move on our territory. The quicker you recover missing equipment, the better.
Sandwiches, subs, grinders, and hoagies are the same thing at Sonny's. They are all
I see you have our missing property. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there'd been another way. We'll get this reinstalled in the turret right away. Good job.
What are you doing up this late? Go get some shut-eye. go for a hoagie. Sandwich. Jen's got style that I can respect. You know what I mean?
Oh no. Oh no. I have ruined it. It is ruined. No, it is on sale.
Might not have been our crater heads. But you come to me ASAP if it's more than just idle talk, alright?
Sonny has what you need. This Sonny. That Sonny. The other, less reputable Sonny.
All these newcomers make me nervous.
We no longer stock water ice. Water is not also ice. Do not ask for water ice
Those
at
raiders are
Sonny's.
just out there, waiting for a chance.
What the heck is a John, anyway? I just don't get it. Jen's got style that I can respect. You know what I mean?
Sonny's provides meager sustenance for a meager
Fresh cup of Joe?
price.
Alright, I'll put some on when I'm down there next.
Ah, you've returned. Ah, very. I did promise. A fair point. Here are your caps.
collection is property of the Brotherhood. just stepped in, cool guts. How disgusting.
I've got a real good thing going for me here.
What would Elder Maxon say if he saw the state of your camp?
You really... making caps from these jobs feels good, right? Say, maybe you'd like to spend a few at my bar or something. Hmm? All right. Be seeing you later.
I am no medic, but I do not think this stim pack will do the trick for you.
Well, my dreams need to settle down.
Someone needs to do something about civilians setting off nukes.
I'm one lucky man. That's for sure.
I wish I could be a scribe. Instead, first mutants, now scorched. What is this wasteland coming to?
Holy Land will claim me. At last, I ascend. I live only for you, Holy Mothman.
Holy Mothman.
Holy Mothman. I join you in eternity.
Someone told me I had a few loose screws. I am still looking for those screws.
Sir?
I think I heard a Protectron work the other day. Am I going crazy? I heard there's a chess set around here, if you ever want to play. Need anything? Orlando is very charming, but to be honest with you, I'm not really sure why they're helping us.
How are the folks at Foundation doing? If I wasn't so busy, I'd go visit sometime. I think we can make this place home for a lot of people, yourself included. Always make sure to boil your water before you drink it.
Check in with the medics if you're feeling under the weather. You'd think with all that tinkering Skippy does that he'd come up with something more medicinal.
Now that that's settled, did Miss Rucker have any other requests I could help with?
Well, not
I got a veiled threat from Orlando the other day telling me they
Go on,
reprogrammed
dear.
me if
You know
not
I'm
more
thrilled
positive.
to help if I can.
Well, she did mention needing some help with something for the clinic.
Ah, I see. Certainly.
And Sophie's starting her donation drive today.
Mr.
The
Della
lovely
Ripa
Miss
only
Wagner's
likes
charitable
to organize
efforts.
his
Yes,
stamps.
I hadn't
Nothing
forgotten.
else.
Oh, and Esme's
only
got something going on in the
dust
kitchen
shells
she could use a hand with.
Well, I shall certainly see what I can do about that. I'm sure I can arrange some assistance in these matters.
Oh, how are we going to accommodate so many guests? They aren't even paying. I hear our new tenants have set up a clinic. As if we needed all of these diseases infecting our air. Not that I breathe it in.
I can't wait until dinner.
I wish they'd tell us what all of those construction workers are up to. Look at what a mess they're making. The White Spring is in shambles. A mess. How can I clean that which continues to dirty itself? Oh, these responders have gone too far. I am but a humble servant of the White Spring Resort, dedicated to greeting each guest with pleasantries and candor. Or I was, back when our guests had class and decorum. That would be the enigmatic Orlando. They oversee the White Spring and are allowing the responders to stay here, as well as their constituents. The better question is, what is right? Everything has run amok. Chaos. Chaos! The responders have taken over the White Spring. Imagine all of the dirty footprints on the carpet. Dust all over the tables. The horror. It's some sort of relief effort for all of the refugees in and around Appalachia. If only there was a relief effort for my stress. I do apologize for the mess. Please enjoy your stay. If you want to taste something heavenly and divine. Miss Esme is always whipping something up in the kitchen.
Something, monsieur?
Please remember to secure valuables, including cash, checks, jewelry, sporting equipment, and missile launchers.
our trophies were bagged by guests of the hotel.
Today's security status is red. Please take appropriate precautions. Distinguished clothing for distinguished gentlemen. Guest security is our priority.
Nothing is forever, dear, but our jewelry comes close.
refrain from theft, looting, assault, murder, or trampling the flowers. Today's security status is red. Please take appropriate precautions.
Good day to you. Or it would be a good day if I didn't have hordes of rapscallions defacing the White Spring. I wish they'd tell us what all of those
Your
construction
uniform's a
workers
bit
are up
worse
to.
for wear,
Look at
but
what
it's
a
good to
mess
see you
they're
helping out the
making.
cause. How are the folks at Foundation doing? If I wasn't so busy, I'd go visit sometime.
Mr. Della Ripper
If you
only
hang
likes
around
to
those raiders,
organize
I
his
want
scouts.
nothing to do with it.
Nothing else.
If you ever find
Oh,
yourself
if
in a
only
bind,
he would
you
dust
can
those
always
shelves
call
of
on us.
his.
If you're caught out and about with no place to go, the responders have an outpost in Flatwoods. Need anything? Orlando is very charming, but to be honest with you, I'm not really sure why they're helping us.
Oh, well, hello, darling. A pleasure to meet another guest of our fine establishment. I am Orlando, your host and management liaison. If you'll pardon me for just one moment, that will be all. Please give my regards to Ms. Rucker. If you are here for leisure, I regret to inform you that our regular resort activities are temporarily unavailable. However, if you are here for the refuge and the fine work of the lovely responders, I am delighted to welcome you on their behalf. Not as such, dear. They have my wholehearted support, and that of the White Spring management, but no. I am the management liaison for the White Spring, as I said, here to provide assistance to the responders' refuge efforts. My primary duties, otherwise, are to the caretaking and oversight of the White Spring itself.
I got a veiled threat from Orlando the other day telling me they'd reprogrammed me.
Yes, I believe the originals had been. Quite a tragic tale. Such a noble endeavor. Fortunately, their ideals and organization have been revived, and this refuge is their new home. If I may be totally honest with you, dear, I have heard others use the Responder's name as well, to be fair. But I think Appalachia could always use more people with such altruistic goals, so that's all right. I'm sure you agree.
Mr. Della Ripa only likes to organize his stamps. Nothing else.
Are you really, dear? How marvelous. In that case, I'm sure you can't wait to get involved here. Perhaps you have not heard. The White Spring is now home to the refuge, a place of safety and care for all in need. The refuge is being run by the responders, individuals committed to the well-being of their fellows. They founded the refuge in response to new waves of refugees coming to Appalachia, people in great need of help. Food, medical care, clothing, a place to sleep. All of these are available for those who need them. Anyone in need of help, yes. You appear more well off than our usual guests, though, if I may say so. Less bedraggled than those poor souls. Armed, the refuge exists primarily to serve those who cannot help themselves. The starving, the sick, the homeless. There is a clinic, a kitchen, beds, recreational facilities, all manner of care to be found here. I'm so pleased to be able to assist in my own small way, of course.
What all of those construction
Darling,
workers are
I am
up to.
entirely at your disposal. As I've said, I am the management liaison for the White Spring. I oversee the facility itself and its robotic staff. In addition, on behalf of the management, I arrange for the provision of certain material aid to the responders. They still have substantial resources and generously offer to share them to support their noble efforts. No, not by any prior arrangement. Perhaps you visited us before. I must apologize for the state you found it in, if so. Regular operation of the facilities had been stopped, of course, due to a lack of guests. Only the robotic staff remained. The responders, believing it abandoned, took up residence, a completely understandable occurrence, of course. With new and worthy occupants, the management felt it wholly appropriate that it find a new purpose, and sent me. Until such time as the world needs leisure resorts again, the White Spring is happy to support the refuge.
accommodate so many guests. They aren't even paying.
Of course, dear. What can I do for you? Of course, dear. The owners of the White Spring itself. The resort, hotel, golf course, all of it. Very much still alive, I assure you, though regrettably unable to oversee affairs in current circumstances. As such, now that we have new guests, they have sent me in their stead to take care of things as needed. I couldn't be more pleased to do so. A delicious opportunity to be of help and meet fascinating people such as yourself.
The other day telling me they'd reprogram me if I'm not more positive.
Darling, I am entirely at your disposal. Darling, you must understand. A place like the White Spring had, indeed still has, very wealthy people behind it. As was always the case, the truly wealthy had advantages the common people, such as you and I, lack. As for the White Spring itself, the staff of top-of-the-line robotic servants, security, and maintenance allowed it to weather the worst. Me? Have I beguiled you already, dear? I appreciate the flattery, of course. You must allow me to retain some mystery for now, though. I wouldn't want you to lose interest. Perhaps we can talk more some other time. We both have more important matters at the moment, I'm sure.
I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe, not somewhere like that.
Of course, dear. What can I do for you?
They'd reprogram me if I'm not more positive.
Suspicious? Whatever would make you say that? Oh, my poor darling. The hardships of the world have made you so cynical. This truly is a safe haven in a cruel world, I assure you. But if you must go, you may of course do so. I do hope you will return, dear. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Welcome back, dear. Now, where were we?
Mr. Della Ripa only likes to organize.
Welcome back, dear.
Nothing else.
Now, where were we?
If only he would dust those shelves of his.
What a wonderful thing for you to ask, darling. I knew there was something special about you from the moment I saw you. As it happens, the responders are looking for volunteers to assist them in a particular outreach effort. Those industrious wonders have repaired a vertibird to full working order and are using it to make contact with more distant settlements. They've made allies with people in Pittsburgh. The locals call it the Pit now, who seem to be in dire need of outside assistance. If you don't mind me saying so, you look like you can handle yourself. You might be just who they're looking for. No? What a disappointment. I'm sure you have your reasons, darling, but I did hope you might be interested. Please, enjoy the hospitality of the White Spring and the refuge. If you change your mind, do come see me again.
The White Springs decor is refined and decadent. Don't listen to any naysayers. and from Kratos scratched my chassis on the way in. How rude!
I could really use a drink. But Rucker wants us sober on the job.
Change your mind, darling? Interested in helping the responders, after all? Indeed. Isn't that marvelous? They salvaged it and painstakingly repaired it. It's fully functional now. I was very pleased to be able to contribute to this effort in my own small way. If you wish to see it, it resides on the roof of the refuge between flights, along with its charming pilot, Miss Lennox. They call themselves the Union. Something of a resistance movement, I understand, against more aggressive forces. One of their representatives is currently staying with us, a Mr. Skippy Rorich. Delightful man. Judging by what I've heard, it's an accurate one, sadly. Pittsburgh was bombed quite severely during the war. The poor individuals still living there have renamed it to better reflect its dreadful circumstances. Well, they'll be better able to explain the details, but I believe they're looking for fighters, actually. Their contacts in the pit are in something of a desperate situation, it seems, against a dangerous enemy. I hate the thought of you putting yourself in such danger, but it does appear to be for a good cause.
The water here's a little bland.
Oh, you're terribly brave, aren't you, dear? Imagine if we all had such courage. Now, darling, before anybody bundles you off, the first thing you should do is introduce yourself to some of the responders. I just so happen to know a few in need of more local assistance, and helping them will earn you the other thing you'll need. That other thing, of course, being the ultrasight battery cells, which fuel the vertibird. Ultracells, if you prefer. Why, from me, of course. Rather, from the management via me, that is. When management heard the responders were restoring the vertibird, they wished to help. They provided the ultracells, and I suggested them to the responders as an alternative means of fueling the vertibird. Per management instructions, I distribute a quantity to certain individuals regularly. Management feels this encourages collective decision-making rather than stockpiling. I'm sure they'd be willing to part with them in exchange for your aid.
So fresh, and only a few rats. I sure hope this mole rat bite doesn't get infected.
I could not possibly speak to your experience, dear. It sounds remarkable to make such discoveries. All I can tell you is that the management provides them for the refuge. Regrettably, that is as much as I know of the matter. I might wager that whomever was behind the ultracell you discovered likely shared similar contacts with management at some point, but who can say? My dear, you must understand, much as I would like to, my responsibilities do not permit me to do so. I am but a humble employee of the management, and I distribute their resources as instructed to the letter. I hope you will not begrudge me my loyalty. I find myself quite fond of you already. In an ideal world, darling, I'm sure they would. Sadly, this is not that world, and any reticence on their part is understandable. I don't want to speak for the responders, but I believe they may also see this as more for their union friends than for themselves. Your assistance with their more immediate concerns will ensure everyone benefits. Isn't that a good outcome? I'm so sorry to hear you say that, darling. Still, it must be your own decision, of course. Should you change your mind, come find me. In the meanwhile, please, make yourself at home. You are always welcome here. Glad to see you reconsider, darling. I believe we were discussing you earning some ultrasite battery cells from the responders.
Helping people is our chief.
Our lovely Ms. Rucker is the closest thing to a leader the refuge has, though I believe she's less than comfortable with the title. You can find her in their headquarters, beyond the dining area. The darling chef, Miss Rousseau, needs some assistance in the kitchen, I hear. And Ms. Wagner, over in the common area, is looking for donations. I'm sure your generosity will be well rewarded. Wonderful, my dear. I'm certain you will be a tremendous help to them and the refuge. When you are finished with each of them, I recommend you speak with Mr. Skippy Rorich, the pit union representative. I imagine he'll want to discuss the situation in the pit with you before you embark. Do feel free to visit me at your leisure if you wish to chat. I have an office in the management wing. You can't miss it.
That miscreant from Crater scratched my chassis on the way in. How rude!
Wow, they've really gotten set up here.
Should I get another suit? Too ostentatious, perhaps? Still, appearances
I heard
count.
about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back, but I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe, and not somewhere like that.
Always a pleasure when you come to visit. How can the White Spring help you today? Me, dear? Would you really want to dispel all the mystery? What is it you wish to know? Do I have an admirer? Flattery will get you everywhere, darling. That being said, there is little to tell, really. I am the White Spring Management's liaison to the Responders' Refuge. It's a role I quite enjoy. It pleases me when I can be of service to others. I don't mean to be coy, dear. My work is my life, as they say. It fills my time and fulfills me. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Besides, don't you find a bit of mystery all the more compelling? If I bared my soul and told you everything, I'm sure you'd be terribly bored. If I remain an enigma, it might keep you coming back for more of these lovely chats. I can't imagine there's anything of interest to you there, dear. But you may ask. Oh, here and there, darling. I've been to lots of places before the management asked me to take over here. If you want to imagine a thrilling and intriguing story about my past, don't let me stop you, please. Can't wait for my tell-all autobiography. I can't blame you. Who knows when I'll find the time to write it? How about just a little dark secret of mine to tide you over? I'm not from anywhere interesting, actually. Nothing remarkable about my origins at all. Disappointing, isn't it, dear? That's why I usually let people imagine their own version of things. Keeps them interested. Working after a fashion. You must understand, dear, the management cannot travel as freely as most people can. In their stead, I have wandered far and wide, seeing to their interests and being their eyes and ears, hands too, as necessary. It had its good moments. I enjoy meeting new people, and much of the countryside is still beautiful, despite everything. But to be honest, my darling, it was a relief to come here to do this. It's been too long since I could remain in one place for a while. Promise me you won't get bored if I become a homebody. I'm getting used to a soft bed and clean clothes. Not at all, dear. I'm afraid you may wish to ask the lovely Rucker those questions, darling, but I shall do my best. A wonderful idea, of course. It can be a beacon of hope for the unfortunates of Appalachia. And as I believe I mentioned, darling, the management are very positive on the effort and give it their full support. I am ready as ever to accommodate. There is very little I'm permitted to speak about, but ask away, dear. My dear, nothing would bring me more joy than to answer your questions. Your suspicions wound me. However, my employer values their privacy as highly as they value the fine work the responders are doing here. Suffice it to say, they are the owners of the White Spring, as I believe I've mentioned. I am at your disposal. I'll be delighted to explain what I can. Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that, whatever they require. As you might imagine, the state of things prevents them from much travel. I go where they need me to go and see to what affairs they see fit. In this case, the White Spring itself and the refuge. Think of me as a concierge, my dear. I'm here to improve your experience in whatever way you require. My role as liaison is to facilitate the needs of the responders and our guests and speak for the interests of management. That sounds terribly formal, I know, but in practical terms, it means I do what I can to keep the White Spring livable and support the refuge. I oversee the robotic staff to attend to the former, and in the latter case, I arrange for the disbursement of resources from management. Food, medicine, materials. Management has considerable resources, which they are happy to donate. I handle those arrangements. Now, darling, you can't imagine I would tell you a thing like that. A less trusting soul might think you were pumping me for information in the hopes of planning a heist. Of course, I know that's not why you ask, but you understand why I have to be rather secretive on this subject, don't you? Let's just say management wisely invested its wealth when such things mattered, and are now well equipped to be generous. Of course, darling. Whatever you like. Certainly. What do you require? But of course, the White Spring is home to a number of robotic merchants in the concourse downstairs. However, if you prefer a human touch with your shopping experience, may I recommend you speak with Giuseppe, a charming man with a discerning eye. I have no doubt you shall get along famously, dear. I believe the responders have commandeered the kitchens to provide for those deprived souls coming to the refuge. However, the White Springs robotic waitstaff can no doubt provide you with light libations in the dining area. You may wish to head downstairs to the merchant concourse and visit Marie and Antoine to sate your hunger. Regrettably, the White Spring itself is not equipped to provide full medical care at this time. I do apologize, darling. And the refuge clinic is reserved for the poor indigents arriving at its doors in dire straits. If your needs are less immediate and severe, may I suggest a visit to the chemists in the downstairs concourse? Doc Stanley has a variety of medicines available appropriate for personal use. Not at all, my dear. Believe me, I shall be counting the minutes, dear. Come back safely. Management will be pleased to hear of all the activity here.
Any idea where Orlando gets their clothes? I swear I could do with a wardrobe upgrade.
If only Ellison would put as much work into the Refuge as he does into the Brotherhood, we'd have utterly destroyed the Fanatics by now. You ever get that feeling like you forgot something? Except I'm not sure what it is I forgot. Stressed? Yeah, we all are. What do you think of the decor here? I know it's pre-war, but it's a bit dated.
I should check in with just
Need a hand?
stock.
Getting a
Perhaps
little
he's
bored
come
sitting
across
around here all
something
day.
Interesting.
I heard there's some monsters in the pit that'll give you a run for your caps. Cleaning this place up actually gives me a sense of peace. Hungry? Esme's always cooking something good up in the kitchen. Might want to swing by sometime. I asked Tannen for a drink on the rocks, and he put no rocks in.
There's no problem too big to solve.
The White Spring is under our protection.
Please refrain from theft, looting, assault, murder, or trampling the flowers.
the responders. Build up the refuge and give comfort to your fellow person. You might not need it, but I guarantee somebody else does. If you got some spare supplies burning a hole in your pocket, why not help us help others? You're already here. You might as well invest in the future. Donations.
I could really
Drop
use
off
a
your
drink.
donations over here.
Sometimes
wants
when
a
I listen
sober
to
on the
the
job.
radio, I like to pretend I'm living in the time before the
Considering
war.
all the places I
Not
could
that I
have
don't love the Brotherhood,
Support the
just
responders.
lucky I
Build
life
up the
would be a
refuge
lot
and
easier.
give
Felt
comfort
safer.
to your fellow person.
maybe I come off a little too strong. No, maybe not strong enough.
You might not need it, but I guarantee somebody else does. If you got some spare supplies burning a hole in your pocket, why not help us help others?
If you see anyone struggling out in Appalachia,
You're
be
already
sure to
here.
tell them about
You
the White
might
Spring.
as well invest in the future.
I can't wait until dinner.
Wonder if they have any chems laying
Donations.
around here.
Drop off your donations over here.
The responders appreciate any help you can provide. They tell us not to get attached to the patients. Now I understand why. This wanton robot tried to give me a haircut before running off. It's a shame. I can't get
Why
at the
even
back by
bother
myself.
helping people that can't help
Feels like
themselves?
every time I sit down, we get another emergency case coming in.
It's nice to see people
Another
around
long
with
shift
some
ahead.
uniform again.
Do you ever look up at the stars and wonder if anything else is out there?
Help support the responders.
So this is a place that's
Build
bringing all
up
these
the
damn
refuge
people to
and give
Appalachia.
comfort to your fellow person. You might not need it, but I guarantee somebody else
I
does.
wouldn't want to be Rucker. I never thought a single person could be spread so thin.
If you got some spare supplies burning a hole in your pocket, why not help us help others? You're already here. You might as well invest in the future. Donations. Drop off your donations over here.
If you're caught out and about with no place to go, the responders have an outpost in Flatwoods.
These refugees wouldn't last one
Comfort to
day
your
in
fellow
Crater.
person. You might not need it, but I guarantee somebody else does. If you got some spare supplies burning a hole
Sorry,
in your pocket,
now's not a
why
good
not
time.
help us help others?
A lot on my mind.
There's a lot of supplies here that look ripe for the picking.
You're already here. You might as well invest in the future. Donations. Drop off your donations over here.
Did Giuseppe overcharge me for that hairbrush? No. 50 caps is reasonable. Right?
Help support the responders. Build up the refuge and give comfort to your fellow
Wonder if
person.
they have any chems laying around here.
A safe
You
haven
might
filled
not
with
need
people
it, but
trying
I
to help
guarantee
others.
Somebody else does.
It feels like I've died and gone to heaven. Or
My
hell,
friends
if you
didn't
look
want
out
to
the window.
Said the responders
If you
sounded
got
like
some
too
spare
much work.
supplies burning a hole in your pocket, why not help us help others?
Why
You're
even
already
bother
here.
helping people
You
that
might
can't
as
help
well invest in
themselves?
the future. Donations. Drop off your donations over here. Help support the responders.
So this is a place that's
Build up
bringing all
the
these damn
refuge
people
and
to
give
Appalachia.
comfort to your fellow person. not need it, but I guarantee somebody else does. If you got some spare supplies burning a hole in your pocket, why not help us help others?
Everything is too clean here. Time to dirty it up a little.
You're already here. You might as well invest in the future.
That Skippy guy's a little crazy, but can't help but like him.
Donations? Drop off your donations over here.
These refugees wouldn't last one day in Crater.
Help support the responders. Build up the refuge and give comfort to your fellow person.
Robot butlers?
It, but I guarantee
Is this a
else
refuge
does.
or palace?
There's a lot of supplies here that
If
look
you
right
got
for
some
the
spare
picking.
supplies burning a hole in your pocket, why not help us help others?
You'd think with all that tinkering Skippy does, that he'd have come up with something more medicinal.
You're already here. You might as well invest in the future.
Wonder if
Donations?
they have any chems
Drop
laying
off your donations over here. Help support the responders.
I heard
Build
a
up
bunch
the
of
refuge
nerds
and
arguing
give
over
comfort to your
comic
fellow
book heroes
person.
yesterday. Aren't there more important things to
Helping
worry
people is
about?
our
Need a hand?
chief.
Getting a little bored sitting around here all day.
Just a nice bonus.
You might
I
not
suppose
need
a
it,
nice
but I
refuge like
guarantee
this is
somebody
worth
else
more hungry
does.
mouths.
We aim to provide a safe, clean environment for all our guests.
With all these supplies, we could really do some good trading with the White Spring.
If I make this adjustment, I'm well beyond the blueprint on this one. Going off script.
Yeah, man, I think I need people to like leave the area. I think. I could really use a drink. But Rucker wants us sober on the job.
Your uniform's a bit worse for wear, but it's good to see you helping out the cause.
This wanton robot tried to give me a haircut before running off. It's a shame. I can't get at the back by myself.
I wouldn't want to be Rucker. I never thought a single person could be spread so thin.
My friends didn't want to join up with me. Said the responders sounded like too much work.
Helping people is our chief mission.
Wonder what they're doing
The cool
now.
uniforms are just a nice bonus.
dash of this.
Please
sprinkle of
seat
that.
yourself.
Perfection.
A waiter will be with you shortly.
Considering all the places I could have ended up, I'm extremely lucky I'm here. I've never felt safer.
This is an active work site. Guests are advised to stand clear. Repairs will be completed shortly. Thank you for your patience. This is an active work site. Guests are advised to stand clear. Pardon our dust. Today's security status is red. Please take appropriate precautions. Repairs will be completed shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Be a little ostentatious, but it's nice to be somewhere not covered in dirt for once.
I sure hope this mole rat bite doesn't get infected.
I'd love to be a senior scribe
If you got some
someday.
spare supplies burning a
I can
hole in
think
your
of a
pocket,
higher
why not help us help others? You're already here. You might as well invest in the future. Well, hello there, stranger. Pleased to meet you. I'm Sophie Wagner. Look around. The refuge. Quite a place, isn't it? I mean, sure, fancy pants golf club resort, that's nice, but I'm talking about the refuge. A haven for the lost, the dispossessed, the hungry, and unfortunate. A monument to our ability to have compassion for each other. Isn't it grand? Isn't it worth preserving, building, growing?
A safe haven filled with people trying to help others. It feels like I've died and gone to heaven. Or hell.
Yes, exactly. You understand, I can tell. A future filled with people supporting each other, regardless of background or history. It's always good to meet someone who can see the big picture. Now, how'd you like to be a part of it? Sort of. Well, I haven't seen you around before, so, glad to have you. But I wasn't trying to recruit you anyway. I'm actually more in the material support end of things. Scouting for volunteers isn't really my department.
There's times I worry I'm not doing enough.
Refugee camp? Is that all you think this is? Look closer. Sure, we're taking in refugees, but we're also making sure people get medicine, clothing, and food. This isn't just 3 hots and a cot. It's the first step to a world where everybody's got a chance. And you can help. Now that's what I'm talking about. People supporting each other. You got the right spirit. Rucker's put me in charge of running a bit of a donation drive. Have you met Rucker? She's amazing, you should. Anyway, it might surprise you to know an operation like this is always churning through supplies. We work hard to keep things in stock, and that funny Orlando character does their best to help out as well, but well, we still have shortfalls. So here I am, asking generous folks such as yourself to help us fill in those gaps and keep the refuge running. Oh yeah, I guess I am. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Why shouldn't I be? We're living in the aftermath of the apocalypse. But here we all are in a place filled with people dedicated to helping each other. You ask me, that means we're pretty dang lucky, right?
I don't smell anything.
A lot to be excited about. Happy, even. Hey, I get it. Busy, right? Lots to do. I hope you'll change your mind, though. You could do a lot of good. Stay safe.
Hey, is this a refuge or a palace?
Hey, you're back. Rucker's put me in charge of running a bit of a donation drive. It might surprise you to know an operation. We work hard to keep things. So here I am. I prefer to think of it as mutual aid. We're a community, pulling our collective resources so that nobody has to go without. Charity's more like the well-to-do buying a clean conscience by giving away their table scraps. And it's not just hanging around. I need to get the donations packed, stored, logged, the whole 9 yards. Rucker's got a real quartermaster's mindset, so you better believe she wants it all squared away properly. Let me check my notes. Rucker's been in a tizzy because we just don't have enough wood to keep up. It'd be a big help if you could donate maybe 50 pieces of scrap. One less thing on Rucker's mind, you know.
I've never felt safer.
Well, trees. Lots of fallen trees around. And anything made of wood, really. If it's even partly made of wood, you can scrap it. Yeah. The warm glow of providing aid to your fellow person. The joy of supporting a noble and worthwhile cause. Isn't that great? Oh, okay, if that's not enough for you, Rucker's given the okay to dole out some of the ultrasight battery cells we've got to spare. We use them to power the vertibird on the roof. They use it to fly aid missions to places outside Appalachia. I got a feeling you might be helping out there, so I bet you'll find a use for these. Okay, that's all right. I know not everybody's where they need to be. I hope you'll reconsider. You know where to find me if you do.
So fresh, and only a few rads.
Glad to see you've returned. Are you ready to donate?
Appalachia's supposed to be the
That's
safest place
okay.
around.
Who just carries that around in their pockets or whatever, right? I'll be here all day, though. If you want to come back, bring it by later. If you can, of course. You know where to find me. It'd really make my day if you did.
I was out scavenging for food earlier. Only got attacked by Scorched once.
Your uniform's a bit worse for wear, but it's good to see you helping out the cause.
If you're caught out and about with no place to go, the responders have an outpost in Flatwoods.
Glad to see you've returned. Are you ready to donate? You do? Amazing. Thank you so much. This is going to be a big help. It just so happens I got a little something for you as a reward for your generosity. Rucker set aside some ultrasight battery cells that can spare you from the ones the White Spring management doles out. Fancy a vertibird trip? They're not much use for anything else, but I got a feeling you're gonna need them. See? Mutual aid. Everybody wins. Thanks so much for the help. Drop by again. If I know Rucker, I'll be looking for something new every day. Take care of yourself.
Considering all of the places I could have ended up, I'm extremely lucky I'm here. I've never felt safer. How are the folks at Foundation doing? If I wasn't so busy, I'd go visit sometime.
Hope all the folks at the commune are doing well.
Need anything?
Rucker could do with a little sleep.
It is a lot of work to maintain the property.
I heard about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back. I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe and Not somewhere like that.
This bloodleaf aioli really elevates the mirelurk meat.
This wanton robot tried to give me a haircut before running off.
Bonjour! My name is Esme Rousseau, but most people around here know me as Chef Esme. We've had some representatives from Foundation and Crater come here seeking assistance with the recent influx of refugees. I thought that we could help them out by providing some food for their people. I've started a pot of venison and potato stew, one of my newest creations. Would you be able to help me finish it? Oh, okay. You know where to find me. Bonjour. My name is Esme. We've had some I thought that I've started. How wonderful! I can't wait to whip up something delicious for everyone. The stew requires potatoes, venison, salt, black pepper, and carrots. The ingredients can be found in our storage area. Your job is to grab the ingredients and put them in before the stew burns. Super! Let's have you start by stirring the stew, which will help keep it from burning. Remember to continuously stir during the cooking process.
Considering all the places I could have ended up, I'm extremely lucky I'm here. I've never felt safer.
No reservations required. Help yourself to any table.
Fantastique! Let's get the first of the ingredients and prepare them. You're looking for carrots, potatoes, and the pièce de résistance, the venison.
Robot butlers? Is this a refuge or a palace?
Good evening. Here for dinner. Please feel free to seat yourself.
I heard about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back.
I hope we get some
I'm
best
glad they
meat
chose to
soon.
send me somewhere
Its
safe,
tenderness
not
is
somewhere
magnifique.
like that.
Good evening. Our late night fare is still available. Please have a seat.
can't believe we got a vertibird. That's a step up in the world if I've ever seen one.
I wouldn't want to be Rucker. I never thought a single person could be spread so thin.
No mouth in Appalachia will go hungry with Chef Esme around. This is smelling delicious. Let's add more flavor with some salt and pepper now.
It's been sunny all week. I love it here.
Please have a seat. Someone will be with you shortly.
Superbe! Now that your stew is done, it is time to add your own special touch.
The work I do is extremely rewarding.
Some added flavor is a fantastic idea. This stew rivals my own talents. You must cook with me again sometime. Here is your finished stew. Now, it is time to feed some of the hungry. I believe you can find the raider and settler representatives in the bar area. You must make a choice, since there is not enough to feed everyone, I'm afraid. I'll do my best to gather more ingredients so that we can cook again another time.
This wanton robot tried to give me a haircut before running off. It's a shame.
I could
can't
really
get the back
use
by
a drink.
myself.
Are you at the refuge? We've got people going hungry, and too many mouths to feed at Foundation. Oh, the stew is delicious. It'll put smiles on the faces of our people back in Foundation. Oh, my compliments to the chef.
Please
Considering all the
seat
places I could have ended
yourself.
up,
My friend, I hope you will stop by and join us for dinner sometime.
safer.
Oh, me? Of course. What would you like to know? Oh, well, I've loved cooking for as long as I can remember. My papa was an amazing chef in France, and together we would cook meals for maman. Dinner time was our favorite time together. I had dreams of owning my own restaurant one day. But alas, that was not in the cards for me. However, I do so enjoy making food for everyone here at the refuge. I like to think that my meal bring a touch of humanity back into the world. I spent so long just trying to survive all by myself. And then I heard about the White Spring opening its doors to refugees. I knew the responders here would have many mouths to feed, and I had missed cooking for other people oh so much. I figured it would be as good of a way as any to spend my time. Besides, it's such a lovely place, is it not? So luxurious. Life feels truly worth living again, now that I have a home and people to cook for. Oh, my absolute favorite is bœuf bourguignon. My papa and I would always make it together on cold winter days. It warms my heart and soul. Perhaps if one were to braise the venison in red wine before adding it to the stew. Of course! It is such a lovely place, is it not? Oh, Orlando? What a sweet person that one is. I love what they're doing here at the White Spring, allowing us all into their home. I feel so blessed to be welcomed here as the chef. I absolutely adore having more people to cook for. I've never met anyone quite like him. So very interesting, no? I am so glad that he helped lead all these people away from the pit. It sounds like such a terrible place to live. I hope that they can find some respite here at the refuge. No one here works harder than Rucker. If I didn't chase her down, I don't think she would ever eat. She's truly a wonderful person who devotes her time and energy to helping other people feel safe. Sure, whatever you'd like. Au revoir.
No reservations required. Help yourself to any table.
I heard about what happened in Morgantown. I know it was way back, but I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe, not somewhere like that.
I love Esme's cooking. It's been so long since I've had food with actual flavor.
Go back home someday, bud. Oh, hey there. Nice to see you. You're gonna have to narrow it down there. Something specific you wanted to know? Take care of people, silly. Lots of folks out there ain't got enough to eat or a place to sleep or are sick. It's rough out there, you know that. Here at the refuge, they can get some of what they're missing. Rucker's making sure of it. We're making sure of it. Maybe so. Doesn't mean it's not worth trying. You're looking at it all wrong, though. You don't try to save everyone, you save individuals. Help enough people, and there's more people to help out others. You build trust, you build compassion, and you build community. That's what sees us all through this. Well, right now, it's getting this place organized so we can start taking in donations from folks like you. You can't run a refugee camp, free clinic, and soup kitchen on good intentions, and every little bit is gonna help. I'll be set up soon. You check in with me later if you're up for contributing. No worries. What's on your mind? How personal are we talking?
I bet power armor training's tough.
Who, me? Oh, I'm not that interesting. Came here from Kentucky. Wanted to see more of the world. I had a pretty happy childhood. We had a whole commune. All the kids raised together, so I had like 24 siblings and lots of parents. Got here, heard about the responders, and thought, that's for me. It's like my mom's always said, when everybody pitches in, there's nothing we can't do together. Oh yeah, out in the woods, pretty remote. Whole bunch of us. Great place to grow up. They said it was set up before the bombs by some folks who refused to fight in the war. Conscientious objectors, you know. People thought they were communists, so they decided to get away from it all and build something for themselves. Collective parenting. Instead of like individual families, everybody treated the community as one big family. So the adults were all parents to all the kids, you know. I had lots of dads and moms, and every kid there was my sibling. It was a very loving environment, and we were happy. It wasn't until I left that I found out that wasn't normal. True story. The way y'all do it seems pretty weird to me. No problem. What do you want to talk about? You know where to find me.
I was out scavenging for food earlier. I only got attacked by Scorched once.
Your uniform's a bit worse for wear, but it's good to see you helping out the cause.
It is so wonderful having people to cook for again.
Well, seems like timing is one of your strong suits. Look, I can stitch up a gash with the best of them. But Appalachia, well, she can do a lot worse than cut us open. Got a lot of folks here with sickness we don't understand, and injuries we don't know how to treat. What we need more than anything is know-how. So I propose we trade what I got that I don't need for what you need that you don't got. I've heard you're looking ahead into the pit. And the only safe way out of Appalachia is that metal bird Lennox has perched up on the roof. And what keeps her in the air are those ultrasight cells Orlando keeps locked up. So, that's the deal. You bring back medical information that'll help me figure out how to help these folks, and I'll get you all the juice you need. Today you'll be going to school. What's left of it anyway. So, what do you say? Want to help the responders make a difference?
I could really use a drink. But Rocker wants us sober on the job. My friends didn't want to join up with me. Said the responders sounded like too much work.
Before the war, they would teach high school students about anatomy and physiology. Isn't that wild? I don't know how helpful it was to those kids, but if there's any textbooks on the subject still intact at Morgantown High, I can damn well tell you how helpful it would be to the responders. Can the responders count on you? Nice. Well, let's get to it then. Anything you're able to find, go ahead and bring it back to our lead medic. I'll let her know to look for you. Good luck out there. Well, you're not bleeding through your shirt. I call that a good day. Name's Rucker. I head up the responders around here.
The potatoes here taste amazing.
Better believe it.
So
It's my job to make sure we stick around this time. Nothing right now, believe that or not. Checking again soon, though. Almost always something that needs doing around here.
This wanton robot
Thought you
tried
might.
to give me a haircut before running
Go on
off.
ahead.
It's a shame. I can't get at the back by myself.
Well, it took a minute and a miracle, but yeah. When I first got back to Appalachia, the responders were all but wiped out. A couple of folks wandering around wearing a uniform, but not a one doing any organizing or, hell,
I heard there's
making
a
any
chess
real
set
work
around
out
here,
of it.
if you
So I
ever
started
wanna play.
reading everything I could find and listening to anything anyone could tell me about the group before they all passed. I realized that while the responders themselves didn't make it, the idea could be brought back, and this time, for good. Nice enough place. Heard it used to be some kind of fancy trading post before the war. Can't say I'm overly fond of this management that Orlando's wrapped up in, but I got work needs doing, and I'm not one to turn down a safe place to do it in. I'm also not in love with all the hammering and drilling they got going on, but I'm not complaining. Well, starting now, I'm not.
Our chief mission. The cool uniforms are just a nice bonus.
Was an army brat before the bombs fell. My dad was a medic and always wanted to be where the action was. Well, Dad's company took a direct hit. I think his biggest regret was that he wasn't here in Appalachia when it all went down. I wanted to do right by him, so I figured the next best thing was to make the trek back here myself and do what I thought he would have done.
Can't believe we've got a vertibird. That's a step.
Wasn't easy.
I've never seen one.
Me and a few other stragglers had to pick our way down the East Coast, ducking and dodging everything that moved except each other. Not the kind of experience one wants to talk about much.
It's been sunny all week.
You understand.
I love it here.
Sure thing. I keep the responders, well, responding. We've grown enough now that most of the different departments organize themselves fairly well. But everyone needs a fire lit under them from time to time, and these days, that's where most of my hours go. That, and keeping Orlando from sniffing around. Depends on who you mean. Hell, I can't get Orlando to tell me about Orlando. Not that I'm ungrateful for the space they're giving us here, mind you, but I've never met this management they go on about. And I don't trust anyone who can't or won't show their face. Nice enough feller, considering what's going on back in the pit. Resourceful, too, in a way that's hard to come by these days. I won't pretend I ever got my head all the way around this union he's part of.
The work
but
I do is extreme.
He knows who his people are and does everything he can to keep them amongst the living. Yeah, we're cut from common cloth like that.
These robots sure make
Lord, that kid. If you're asking me about him, then I take it you haven't had the pleasure of him talking both your ears off at once. Truth told, I think the Brotherhood gave him a job just to stop him from jawing at him for 5 minutes. I'd begrudge their peace if it didn't come at the cost of our quiet. At least with his yakking, he can't sneak up on you. Orlando, on the other hand. No worries. All right, then. Stay upright out there.
Folks don't join the responders for caps. They join to make a difference.
I wish Papa could taste this meal. He would be so proud.
Good evening. Our late night fare is still available.
Sleeping with both eyes closed.
Have a seat.
I think I heard a Protectron bark the other day. Am I going crazy?
Can you lend me a hand? Well, I'm a representative from Foundation. I'm just here to talk about some trade deals, and to request assistance with the recent stream of refugees from the pit. Well, we think it's kind what they're doing here for the refugees, but a lot of them are coming to Foundation too, and we just don't have the resources to take care of that many people.
Why even bother helping people that can't help themselves?
Many of us haven't had a meal that good in a long time. We appreciate your kindness. All right, talk to you later.
This place is a little too pushy.
Are you the one who's in charge?
What? Who I am doesn't matter. I'm just here to keep an eye on things from Meg.
I can't wait until dinner.
Nothing but a problem. All it's doing is encouraging new people to come to Appalachia. Sickly people. If they're too weak to make it on their own, then maybe they shouldn't be the ones to survive. Sure, whatever.
Due to the risk of exploding glassware, mixed drinks
My friends
are
didn't
no
want to join
longer
me.
available.
Said the responders sounded like too much work. Wonder what they're doing now. They tell us not to get attached to the patients. Now I understand why.
I suppose a nice refuge like this is worth more hungry mouths.
I think we can make this place home for a lot of people, yourself included.
The potatoes here taste amazing. So fresh, and only a few rads. Check in with the medics if you're feeling under the weather.
At a Victorium Knight Errant, do you need me to do anything for you? I could carry your things for you. Really, anything. Just say the word, I'll jump. It's Initiate, Ellison. But yeah, I'll see you later. Ad Victorium! No, that's not it. Ad Victorium! Shoot. I mean, shoot as in ask me something. Don't fire at me. Ask away.
I should check if those Blue Ridge folks carry letters, too.
Ultra what? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. No one briefed me on this. Battery cells.
Is this a refuge
Forget the
or a
stupid
house?
vertibird. This is what I should be looking into. Oh no, we come from California. It was a long trek over here, from what I heard. Oh no, not at all. But someday, I will be. I'm training to be a scribe. You won't find scribes decked out in power armor. And even if I wasn't, I'm still an initiate. It would be impractical to waste your best tech on, well, a new recruit.
It's been sunny all week. I love it here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
This place could stand to have some cats.
Me? Well, I'll try to answer whatever I can. Eager? I didn't realize it was so obvious. Look, all my life I dreamed of doing something more than tending some Brahmin in the field in West Virginia. I wanted something more. And the Brotherhood of Steel is that something more to me. When I saw Night Shin first approach me, laser rifle drawn, now that's awe-inspiring. Makes your heart pound. Who wouldn't want to be a part of that? If you had everything you ever wanted, would you just let it slip between your fingers? No, you hold on to it with an iron grip. I'm proud to be Brotherhood. So immensely proud. It's an honor just to wear this insignia. Haven't you ever been a part of something that made you that proud? That's a shame. Maybe you'll find something that speaks to you. Someday. I'm an ambitious man. I always find a way to make my dreams come true. But I can't deny how lucky I am to be in the position I'm in. So I'll be damned if I slack for 1 minute and lose the best thing that ever happened to me. I may be young, I may be inexperienced, but that just means I have to work a little harder than everyone else. If you had I'm proud. It's an honor. Haven't you ever? That's a shame. Maybe you'll find something someday. I'm an ambition, but I can't do. So I may be you. If you had I'm proud. It's an honor. Just, haven't you ever? Then you know. You know what it's like to be starstruck by your own peers. I'm an ambitious man, but I can't deny. So I may be young. My story? I'm not very interested if that's what you're asking. I was born in Louisiana, but I hardly remember it. We moved to West Virginia when I was really young. Me, my mom, and my brother. He stayed behind to help my mom on the farm, and I went off to join the Brotherhood. I knew I had to do it. I was chasing that dream, you know? But I still feel guilty leaving the two of them behind. Mama was so proud of me, though. Made me feel proud of myself. In all honesty, I'm a bit of a fish out of water, but I hide it as best I can. Sure thing. I'll tell you what I can. But keep in mind, as a Brotherhood scribe, some of my intel is highly classified. I guess I could share that information. You know, Brotherhood to Brotherhood. Scribe Valdez sent me here. I'm just keeping tabs on the place. Nothing too important. Just keeping my eyes on that vertibird. What are they using it for? Ha! Well, not really. Rucker's nice and all, but every time she looks at me, she looks like she's in pain. Could be chronic illness. Giuseppe's okay. I know he's got that whole salesman act going on, but he's actually a pretty cool guy. Reads a lot. Knows quite a bit about the world. Skippy's nice and all, but his inventions all look like alien probes to me. Orlando's probably the biggest enigma of them all. I don't know anything about them. They seem nice enough, but I always feel like they're hiding something from me. And I get the impression they just tolerate me. I feel like I could be out of the door to White Spring any minute. Oh, you mean Rutgers people? They're all right, I guess. I'd say they do a lot of good for the people of Appalachia, but there's hardly enough of them around anymore for everything that needs to get done. Between you and me, they'd probably be a lot more useful if they just got absorbed into the Brotherhood. They may have good aims, but they don't have the resources to do it. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood is making amazing strides every day. You're not gonna tell Rucker I said any of this, right? Please don't.
I love Esme.
Sure. Anything else you need?
It's been so long since I've had food with actual flavor.
Sure thing. Good luck out there, Knight Errant. I got a chuckle out of Rucker yesterday. Mission success.
Curios and curiosities. Do they mean the same thing? A customer. Here to peruse or buy? Either way, prepare your eyes for a feast of the senses, huh? A spectacle like no other. Oh, I got a bit carried away, didn't I? Forgot to properly introduce myself. Giuseppe della Ripa, at your service. Tradesman and curio collector. Welcome to Giuseppe's Curios. I have books upon books of riddles. They keep a man entertained. Besides, it's a good conversation starter. You have only ever seen me in the distance, never up close. Look in any direction, and I will be there. What am I? Yes, the horizon, forever in the distance. No matter how far you walk, you will never reach it. Fame and fortune. Or maybe just fortune. Perhaps neither. It's easier to earn money than to search for what you're really looking for. Let's just say I'm looking for some things I've lost that may be found again. I don't know if I can find them definitively, but it is worth the risk. You walk past and see a sparkle at the edge of your vision. Maybe it's a dusty mirror or a long-forgotten urn. A decades-old music box. That's a curio. Oh, I've called many places home. Clarksburg, New York, now Appalachia again. But none ring truer in my heart than the homeland. Italia! Ah, I believe in your language it is simply Italy. I was born there. I remember very little of it. There's still a connection. I think there's something that binds you to where your ancestors are from. It may not make sense if you've been raised in a place your family has always had roots in. Ah, don't mind me. I'm just rambling at this point. What makes it worse is knowing I can never go back. That, and not knowing what Italy's fate was after the bombs. Who knows what it looks like now? Buy, sell, trade, and count. I'm a collector of oddities and eccentricities, and I sell those eccentricities for the right price. Perhaps I might have something to your liking. Do come back.
The potatoes here taste amazing. So fresh, and only a few rats. I wonder if the sun burns just as bright in California.
Considering all the places
Stressed?
I could have ended up, I'm extremely lucky I'm here. I've never felt safer.
I asked Tanner to protect Mark the other day. Am I going crazy?
The Foundation folk got out of the pit while the getting was good. Guess I shouldn't blame them for that. Hey, sport. You wouldn't happen to be handy with an electrocompression spanner, would you? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you aren't. I invented the thing. Sorry to put you on the spot, kid. I'm Skippy Rorich, but you can call me Skip, Ro, Skippo, or whatever else you fancy. I'm here on behalf of the Union. We're a band of loose-knit freedom fighters from the pit up north. We're looking to get our home back from a group of raiders called the Fanatics, hoping Appalachia has some help to offer in that. The pit is, well, it used to be Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now it's something else entirely, overrun by all manner and nasty. But it's our home, and we want to win it back, clean it up, and make it livable again. Don't worry about that thing. Barely works anyway. Silly to bring it up. Oh, we're past the electro-spanner. Consign it to the dustbin of history. I'm moving on to the hydrolo-spanner. Much higher ceiling on that one. Whoa, alrighty then. Fair enough, friend. Fair enough. I'll watch my tongue from now on. Not at all. Ask away. And I'll tell you everything you want to know. The Union is our grand experiment in human decency in the pit. All the people working together to rebuild a place that most say ain't worth rebuilding. We fight the fanatics, the ferals, and any other awful thing that stands to hold back progress in the Steel City. And there are a lot of those. Well, you know, we used to be a trade union before the war. A lot of us are holdovers from those days, old factory hands. Sticking together now like we did then. But we take all kinds, so long as they share the goal of winning back our foul city and making it fair again. That mix makes us a rowdy bunch, but it's also our secret sauce. Our eclectic minds think of things our enemies wouldn't imagine. So we stay one step ahead or even an inch ahead, but that's enough to keep us in the game. Quite frankly, because the odds are stacked against us. We represent civilization in the pit. Most folks up there have put that by the wayside, given in to their animal instincts. We want our home back, but we can't do it alone. That's all there is to it. If the fanatics unite the pit, they'll start marching elsewhere. That's trouble for Appalachia, trouble for you. If that ain't motivation enough, well, I'll make it worth your while, don't you worry. War breeds innovation. If there's one thing we have, it's that. We can build you all manner of fighting gear. Guns, grenades, armor, you name it. It'll be yours if you give us your aid. I'm the Union's inventor, quartermaster, and coordinator. I'm the brain guy. I use the know-how in this dome here of mine to help the kids in the field in any way I can. Sure thing. Can I? Of course. Will I? Also, of course. It's hell. What else can I say? What the bombs didn't level, the fanatics finished off. The air is choked with soot, the water is undrinkable, and the rads sear your skin like the sun of the Sahara. It's horrible, but it's home. No matter how bad it is or gets, we believe we can turn it around. That's what we're fighting for. It's hell. The air is choked. Then you'll be happy to join us on our frequent sojourns there, I take it. Before the war? Well, it wasn't a paradise, but still a sight to behold. The Steel City, we called it. A center of industry, making anything you can imagine. When the war rolled around, we built weapons, munitions, vertibirds, power armor, robots. I suppose that's what made us a target, and left us what we are now. The fanatics are a bunch of sadists, is what they are. They bill themselves as a confederation and say they take all comers for who or what they are. That's nonsense, of course. Just an empty slogan used to sucker in more labor for the mills. All right, I'm game. Twist my arm, why don't you? Only been good at one thing in my life, and that's building things, so that's what I do. People call me our mad scientist. I built my fair share of oddities, but innovation takes risk. Parachutes sound crazy too, but they work. I'm lucky to have the time I have left after what I've been through. I'm not gonna waste it playing safe. Well, I'm a Pittsburgh man through and through. Daddy worked the steel mills hard, but I took a different route. Tinkering for an armaments firm. This may surprise you, but I did everything by the book back then. Everything done to spec. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Life was stable, but boring as hell. I didn't really start living until after the bombs. They woke me up good. One good thing about making weapons of war for Uncle Sam is that they build those manufactories to last. The plant I worked in may as well have been a bunker, like one of those Vault-Tec vaults the Richies built themselves. When the bombs came down, enough stood standing to keep us lucky few alive. What came after? The Rads, the Ferals, the Fanatics. That was a real test. Well, now that you mention it, I tested a new Brahmin milker the other day. Help out the farmers around here, you know? The problem is the cost. Maybe the fusion cell is overkill for the power source? Tired of hearing about me, eh? Oh, well, okay then. Why, naturally, I would be happy to share my wisdom with you. Oh, well, okay then. Anytime, my friend.
Potatoes here taste amazing. So fresh, and only a few rads. I heard there's some monsters in the pit that'll give you a run for your capital. Robot butlers? Is this a refuge or a palace?
These robots sure make my job easier.
Orlando can talk the bark off a tree.
I heard a bunch of nerds arguing over comic book heroes yesterday. Aren't there more important things to worry about? I love Esme's cooking. It's been so long since I've had food with actual flavor.
Lots of new faces and fresh wounds.
You'd think with all that tinkering Skippy does that he'd have come up with something more medicinal.
The work I do is extremely rewarding, but boy, is it tiring.
I can't say bloat-fly meat is my favorite, but I will make it taste delicious anyway.
Always make sure to boil your water before you drink it.
If you see anything that requires attention, do let me know.
I was out scavenging for food earlier. Only got attacked by Scorched once.
Why even bother helping people who can't help themselves?
I wouldn't want to be Rucker. I never thought a single person could be spread so thin.
My friends didn't want to join up with me. Said the responders sounded like too much work.
Check in with the medics if you're feeling under the weather.
Now.
There are far worse places to set up shop than the White Spring. Far worse.
I can't wait until dinner.
I think I need a vacation from everything. Is that even possible?
Need anything?
If you're caught out and about with no place to go, the responders have an outpost in Flatwoods.
Honestly, the presence of custodial robots does not excuse tracking mud all over our floors.
Folks don't join the responders for caps. They join to make a difference.
I was out scavenging for food earlier.
I spend all
Only got
day
attacked by
outside
Scorched
trying not to get
once.
shot at. Sometimes, I miss how simple life was on the farm.
Today, security status is red. Please take appropriate precautions. Is it too much to ask that you keep things neat and orderly around here?
I got a real good thing going for me here.
I wonder if they can make power armor in my size. You will never have hopes of joining the Brotherhood with muscles like that.
I dreamed of the Mothman the other night. I think it was a dream, anyway.
Use this ammo to exterminate super mutants. Make sure to drink purified water so you do not become one of those things.
My dreams need to settle down.